Anyway, lead on. Allons-y, but not too fast. All right, let's go.
Hello, welcome in everybody. How are you today? Gilmore, your audio played. Was it a little loud? It may just be a teensy bit too loud. I may need to change it. Or just lower it a little bit. Let me see. Okay, I guess we'll have to... We'll wait for a second. But let me just double check that we have everything else set up. And then we will begin. But how are you all? How's it going? How's your day? I hope you're all having wonderful days. Has anything fun happened today? Anything exciting? All right. Let's go ahead, and I think we should be good to swap over. Yeah, I think we're fine. All right, hello everybody. Welcome in. How's it going? Emmers, you're first. Hello. How are you? I hope you're having a great day. That cat. And then Gilmore, welcome in. How are you? Let me adjust your sound real.
Anyway, lead on. Allons-y, but not too fast. All right, let's go. Anyway, lead on. Allons-y, but not too fast. All right, let's go.
That's probably pretty decent. That's probably pretty decent. At that volume. Sunny D, thank you so much for the lurk. Hey, I'm gonna play the sound because I'm gonna remember to do that.
See you, Space Cowboy.
I hope you have a great day. And Cisco, welcome in. How are you? How have you been? And that's good. Good. Did I leave it? Yeah, I left it visible. There you go. But how are you all, Cisco? How's it going? Hope things have been great. My coffee is hot, which is always good. I'll move that there. Today we will be playing more, whatchamacallit? Season. It's gonna be lovely. I'm good, just got hired at a Dunkin' near where I live. Hey, that's awesome. Congratulations, my friend. Very, very nom nom donuts. My birthday is Friday, so excited for that. Well, happy early birthday. That's awesome. I hope you have a great birthday. Do you have any fun plans? Anything exciting for that? Guys, it's February. Can you believe it? It doesn't feel like we should be at February right now. But here we are. I still need to pay my rent. Still need to do that. It's on my to-do list. Today my dad stained the new house addition floors. Ooh, so I'm freezing myself out with my windows open. So it won't smell. No! Yeah, but that makes sense. Because usually the smell is it's very strong. So make sure to have some fans going, you know? Something to sort of move the air around if you've got any. But yeah, that can be a lot. But hopefully the smell doesn't last for too long. Yes, today we're playing more Season, by the way. I'm very excited to continue. I loved it yesterday. Also, I need to lower the music just a smidge. There we go. That may be even too quiet, but I'm not sure. Might stay at a friend's house for the rest of the week. There's still a little more that needs to be done. Yeah, that might be a good idea. Because I don't know if you want to be breathing in all those fumes. I don't know if they're bad for you, but, you know. Maybe. Even just for, like, peace of mind and, like, relaxation, you know? Just so that you can relax and not smell wood stain. I'm also using my Baham mug today. I don't know if this is just totally out of season, that I shouldn't be using this, but here we are. I used mine yesterday. Perfect. It's just such a nice mug, and it's just large, and it's awesome. So I'd hate to have to just only use it for like the Christmas time. Let me see. What else has been going on? All I did was work today. I had a tough time waking up, though. Today was one of those days where it was like... I think, and I got like a decent amount of sleep, too. I don't know why. It was just one of those... Why can't I just stay in bed? Oh, I feel that. That's me every morning at 3. No, are you working at 3 right now? Or like getting up at 3, I mean. I consider that working. I need to get the other large mugs. I know. I do too. I need all large mugs, please. Oh, since my Christmas, I don't think I knew that you were working super early right now. That's crazy. How has it been? And how long till when? Or is that just going to be life now? Also, if your brother ever gets rid of that face, I don't know, like that emote, I don't know what'll happen. This is why I'm heading off by 7 or so. That's fair. Yeah, I don't blame you. But that's so early. So early. But yeah, so I woke up this morning and definitely had one of those, like, I tried to wake up early right now. Like I was trying to I was trying to wake up at like 6:30ish, which is earlier than I need to be awake. But I was like, I can wake up and I can get a bunch of stuff done early and kind of have like a sort of like a slow start to the day in a way. And it was, my alarms went off. I woke up and it was just like, but what if I didn't do that? What if I also just noticed the daily subscriber thing is wrong. What if I did not do that? What if I just slept for a little bit longer? And so I did. I ended up waking up just like at a normal time. Also, I need to change the goal number. I think I set it to 1305. Let's see. So basically, I go in early for extra overtime while I'm not doing. Oh, you see, that's nice. That is actually pretty nice, though. We do love some overtime pay. Let me see if I can fix this without, or update this without just exploding my stream. But yeah, so I'm a little tired. I'm hoping this coffee will wake me up. The game that we're playing is very like chill and calm, so I'm hoping that I don't get too sleepy while playing it. And that's not to say anything like against the game at all. It's just a very calm, like relaxing experience. So by the end of yesterday's stream, I was yawning a little bit, but it's purely just because I was already kind of sleepy, and the game is just like so like calm. It's just so calm. And so it was just helping. It was lulling me to sleep. But I think we're gonna get to some good parts today. We might be able to finish. If we don't, we'll play it again tomorrow to finish it up. But we'll see. Streaming tools. Yeah, I think this is it. Or wait, can I change? Hold on. Yeah, but what else is going on? Do you guys have anything fun happening this week? We know Cisco has his birthday on Friday. Any game announcements or no, I don't think this is going to be here. Any game releases that you guys are looking forward to? I think I saw that going to a car show this weekend. Oh, that's fun. That'll be exciting. Sounds like a fun thing to do. Just you and Yimit? Hylius! Welcome in! Welcome in! How are you? Oh. How was your stream? Rip. The spelling. Okay, I did a normal shout out, or like the Twitch shout out. There we go. There we go, Emmers. Ilias, how are you? How was Monster Hunter World? Let me welcome you all in with the fist bump. It all feels louder to me now. Friends, welcome in. I hope you're having an excellent day. Hylius, thank you so much for the raid. If you would like a fist bump, please go ahead and punch your screen on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Wabam. I'm pretty good. Fell in love with Monster Hunter recently. Nice. That's awesome. I've never played World. I have heard, or I've watched some people play World before. I've only played Generations Ultimate, which was ported to the Switch, and then Monster Hunter Rise, which were both pretty fun. So that's awesome. What's your favorite like weapon class thingy? In Generations Ultimate, you could play as a Palico, and so I liked being the Palico for obvious reasons. And then in Rise, I really like the dual blades. Switch axe all the way. Nice. Very cool. Talinus, a buddy of ours, he played Monster Hunter World a lot. And why can't I change this? And that's why. It was fun watching him play. It seems like a really fun game. I just love the way the moves flow together. That's awesome. It's a great franchise. I really love it. The armor crafting and all of that. A+. Okay, let's see if this auto refreshes or if I need to refresh the follower number. But thank you again for the raid, Hylius. I hope you're having. Hey, it did update. I hope you're having a great old day. I know it's late there for you. So if you need to go to sleep, you need to go get some food or something, please go take care of yourself. But thank you again for the raid. Love the weapon so much. In fact, I started 3D modeling one so I can eventually 3D print it. Oh, that's fun. That's super fun. I saw somebody, speaking of 3D printing, I saw someone 3D print their No Man's Sky like multi-tool model. And I was like, oh, that's such a great idea. I do need to go to sleep. I hate weekdays. No, I feel that though. But please go get some sleep. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. And if you ever 3D print it, you have to let us know. You have to share it with us because 3D printing is cool. I've got one, so it's fun. It's fun to do. Here we go. I'll first need to buy a printer again, though. Yeah. That'd be important. But have a good one, Hylius. Thanks so much. Have a good night. It's good to see you. Let me see what else was going on. So you're going on a car show. That's awesome. I got the Vah Rudania Divine Helm in one of the amiibo chests. Nice. Have you been scanning all of your amiibos? Prevents me from catching on fire. Yeah, it's pretty nice. I think I used it briefly while I was trying to get the towers or something. I put it on because I was like, oh, will it? Because I guess it doesn't drop your heat levels, right? It only prevents you from catching on fire. And the electric one, like, just makes you immune to electricity or something like that. Right, okay, that's what it is. Yeah, so my thermometer is like maxed out red, but no damage. Love it. Yeah, those are, I mean, they're pretty strong. To be fair. I wonder if Tears of the Kingdom will have amiibo support like Breath of the Wild does, like in the same way, or if it's going to be like, I don't know. I wonder if there's going to be special items, or if it'll just be like, you know, a couple of meats or something that you have to cook, or, you know, whatever. So a lot of people were like saying that next week was going to be the Nintendo Direct. That doesn't seem to be the case. I'm not really sure where like the rumor came from exactly, or if it's even like reliable information, but I feel like we'll see one in February. But I just don't know like how soon. I feel like anytime there's a rumor of a Direct and it's not like the Direct is tomorrow, or they're announcing the Direct tomorrow, I feel like Nintendo, out of spite, pushes it back. Just to be like, no, you're wrong. In fact, we're just not going to have a Direct anymore. They did talk about, or I did read a little bit more about E3, because I mentioned yesterday that Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo have said that they are not going to be at E3. Apparently Microsoft is going to have some kind of like presence there, but it's not going to be like a big presentation or anything. I assume that means they're going to be like on the show floor or something. Or maybe they'll do, because Microsoft does like an indie presentation, I think, usually around that time. So maybe they'll be there for indie stuff. But I think Sony had said that they don't have any like big announcements for that. And also Nintendo, and I am actually very curious about this. There's a lot of like, despite the fact that they think the Switch probably has another year or two of being the newest Nintendo console and staying that way. Supposedly Nintendo, these are the rumors, Nintendo doesn't really have anything big planned after Zelda for the this generation. And that's like, not debatable, but that's what's the word? Like, depending on who you ask, there are going to be games that people are excited for or not. Like, Pikmin is apparently coming out sometime later this year, and I think Metroid. And there will be people who are like super excited about that. I don't know if that people have said that Nintendo does not consider those to be huge titles because they won't be selling like as much as Zelda or as much as like maybe a Mario game or whatever. So there still might be like some big entries here between, you know, now and the end of the year or like post Zelda. But supposedly they don't have anything big planned. So I'm very curious what that would even mean for the next couple of years then, if we're just sticking with the Switch. Part of me was like, if that is true, I wonder if they would possibly revisit games that are currently released and maybe release some DLC or like expansions for those games. Such as Animal Crossing. That's mainly what I'm curious about. Like AC, there we go. Hammers. No, 100%. I was like, well, I mean, if they're not going to be like, it could be likely that the Animal Crossing team is already working on the next Animal Crossing. Because, or like in the early pre-production type of stages, planning and whatever. Because Splatoon 3 is out. There's usually only one, whatchamacallit, like, Animal Crossing per generation, for the most part. So they're likely not going to release a new one soon, if they're waiting for Switch 2.0 or whatever is coming next. But
yeah, baby.
Alphonse, welcome in. How are you? I always wait for the Emmer's reaction too. Good. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. That game will always be with us because of you, Alphonse, and I appreciate that. That was such a crazy game. Like, just absolutely crazy. I also love how unnecessary the farming aspect of that game is. Like, they introduce you to the idea, and I think they make you plant a few things. But, like, you really only need to cook a few things a couple of times. I think there was a side mission we didn't do that involved even more cooking. But, like, it just seemed very unnecessary. Overall. But then, I don't know, that game was just absolute. Once we started getting into, like, the part where the story branched and we had the three options of, like, what to investigate, that was, like, kind of insane. Because literally anything, that was the point where I was like, wow, anything I would have guessed to happen in this game is one, no guess is too far-fetched. But two, I would never have guessed this from, I'm trying to remember, I can only remember two of the branches right now. There was the King Arthur branch, where somebody is trying to, like, resurrect, or not resurrect, but be, like, essentially possessed by a sword. Then there's the aliens. And there's a girl who has also been, like, possessed by an alien. What was the other branch? There were the aliens. Oh, the sheep and vampires. That's what it is. That's what... Right. How could I have forgotten the sheep guy and the vampires? Right. What a weird game. They were certainly like, let's just put everything in this. I would be somewhat tempted to replay that game. I feel like I'm seeing it through nostalgia glasses already. It's been less than a year, but I'm already like, those were the days. But it just seems like a fever dream, sort of. Like, none of it seemed real. The ending was absurd. I don't know. The design room must have been like, aliens, vampires, King Arthur. What should we pick? Boss, yes. All of it. Actually, I want all of it. Make it work. That was not what I was expecting at all, by the way, from that game. I had seen the trailer for it a long time ago, and it seemed very quaint and, like, calm, sort of. And I think part of that was because in the early, like, trailers of the game and, like, depiction, because I saw it a long time ago, like when it was just starting off, like as a Kickstarter. And I feel like I never saw Naomi talk in any of the like early stuff. And so I didn't know that her personality was like brash American in a British town. I thought she was going to be kind of like soft-spoken, whatever. It was more original than I've seen in a long time. Agreed, yeah. That is something that they can't take away. No one can take away from them. The originality. But yeah, and then, so when we started it, and I was like, oh wow, this is like... She kept on calling the town a hellhole. And I don't know, it was just, what a crazy game. But super fun. Gosh, so one of the next themed weeks we'll have is probably, we'll have a retro week. I think that might be maybe March, maybe we'll do that next month. I'll have to think that through, but I think we do maybe like 2 weeks. Maybe that's too long. But we do maybe 2 weeks. And we play a different retro game every day. Something like that. I think that would be fun. Maybe just a week and a half. Maybe we don't need that many days. I think because I probably won't finish a lot of them. I think we just play one a day, new one a day. Mostly from either like the regular Nintendo or Super Nintendo era. Maybe some Genesis games. But then we'll do an animal themed week later this year. Probably around October. Though I did find a spooky game that actually looks kind of interesting. And so part of me, I was like, well, what if we still did not do it in October? What if we had like I was trying to think of like another month that you could put like spooky a part of, like instead of like Spooktober or is that mainly the thing that people say, Spooktober? Yeah, because we did October that one year. So we could have like Spookly or I think it'd be fun to try to fit the word spook and March together. I'm not really sure how I would spook arch and just play. That's our Halloween is March. Nobody expects it in March. But we'll see. I might just save that other game that I found. I actually have another game that's kind of spooky, and I have it. I own it. But it's maybe not like super spooky, it's just kind of creepy. But it's another detective game. And the setting is like just a little unsettling. I saw there was another detective game that's coming out soon, maybe like in the next week, called Investigator, and it's a gator. I think you're like a private eye, or you were a detective or something like that. I'm not really sure. But it's a detective game / beat 'em up. And so there are moments of beat 'em up mechanics, and then times where you have to like solve this mystery, I guess, that's going on. So the trailer, I watched the trailer today. It showed like, what game is this like? We played a game. Where we played a game where you have like, oh, it's kind of like Chicken Police, I think, where you have the different phrases, sort of like, or wait, no, maybe not Chicken Police. We had like, Chicken Police had clues, photos, and something else, and you would combine them, and then you would make the conclusion. This game has like, you have to pick 2 different phrases, and it completes the detective thought, I guess. We played a game that was like that. I don't think it's Ace Attorney. I don't remember, but anyway, it seems interesting. I'm curious if the I get a little like, not wary, but sure, I get a little wary of games that have kind of like different genres all wrapped up into one, like A Good Life. Because I wonder if all of those parts are done like equally well, and if it's fun. Like, I could see if it's a detective game, but it also has beat 'em up elements, that maybe the beat 'em up elements could be potentially very repetitive, right? Like, if it's not like a main part of the game, it could be very repetitive and just sort of boring and uninteresting if all you press is, you know, A and B to punch or something like that, and that's sort of it. So we'll see. I'll probably wait for some reviews and kind of keep an eye on it to see if it's any good, but Sunny D, thank you for the lurk. I mean, hydrate, but also thank you for lurking. I'm tired. Can you guys tell? But what else? Trying to think if there's still working on lurking. Enjoy season. I will. I very much will. I'm excited to get back into it. It's such a fun game, and like I can't wait. We're gonna be and. I almost, so I was writing out the tweet that I'll send when we start the game, because when we are given a code by a developer, that's when I like to at least tweet out something now, instead of tweeting out every time that I go live. I almost said something to the effect of like, I wanted to try to make a joke of like, we're going to be pedaling 5 feet, stopping and taking a photo, and then pedaling 5 more feet. And I thought that maybe that could be seen as like a critique. If someone didn't know me or the game, they could potentially they could potentially like see that as sort of like, oh, so it's sort of like I don't know, they're like almost like there's too much to do, not too much to do, but like, I don't know. I don't think I said it in the most flattering way. So I decided, I rewrote that part and I just said, we're going to be taking pictures of everything. I didn't want to make sure that it sounded bad. But, oh, by the way, Opons, I think I'm either at gold 1 or I'm about to be at gold 1. Maybe I'm about to be at gold 1. I think I'm gold 2 right now. Still slowly just making my way. I've just been... I have stopped playing normals. Because everyone has dumb brain right now. And wants to land fragment. And I feel like for whatever reason, every time I log on to play, it's never Broken Moon. It is always World's Edge. And so I'm like, I might as well play ranked then. But I've just been steadily making my way. And I think, did I get a win yesterday? We came really close. Yeah, we got I think the last game I played we made it to top 4 and my teammates died. They just got we just all got split up, basically. They both like engaged 2 different teams while another team was like coming up behind us, sort of. And so we just were uncoordinated. Oh no, I hate that. Yeah. So like, so it just ended up being like, we had what I also hate. We had Ring to our advantage, but they went out to like go fight these things. I was like, I kept on saying like, ping, defend here. Like I'm going to defend here. And they both just got distracted. But, so then they got put into boxes. The team 4 died, and then there was just the 3 of us. And I was fighting one team in the ring. I had a mobile respawn beacon, and at some point I was like, okay, maybe what I'll do is, because I've been fighting them for a while. I've downed, I think I downed one of them, maybe eliminated one of them. I'm going to try to escape and go get one of their boxes, and then I'll bring them back with my respawn. And I ended up, like, it was right by, what's that area called? On World's Edge, there's the tower that is exploded into ice. Google bunker. No, I don't think it's called the poop zone. I don't think so. I don't know. I mean, I've been playing for a little bit, and I still don't know much, but I don't think it's called the poop zone. That area. So it was over there. I'm terrible at names. Yeah, I can't remember. World's Edge map. What's this called? The Explosion. It's called... I'm pulling it up. Just so, for my sake. I could not tell you any of the names in Broken Moon except for... Nope, I can't tell you any of them. Oh, the Epicenter. That's what it's called. Epicenter. So it was right by Epicenter. So I was fighting one team, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna break off, try to get my teammates' boxes, and then hopefully that other team will start engaging this one. So I slid down the hill, and I get to, as I'm like sliding in, I see that other team is looting my teammates' death boxes. And so I just kind of loll to myself. And I was able to grab one of their one of their things, but I died immediately. I tried to Mirage ult to create confusion, but yeah, no. I was already, because I was going down one of those really steep, long hills. So I was sliding super fast. So by the time I noticed, there wasn't like oh cool, I can just stop and back up. It was like, I'm already here. There's nothing I can do. Oh, and I guess, okay, technically that was not the last one that I played. I think it was the second to last one. The last one that I played last night was also very funny for another reason. We did pretty well. We made it to top 2. And Jonzo, welcome in. How are you? We made it to top 2, and we did like okay. I would say like my teammates were all right. But we ended up losing, and one of them got on the mic, and it sounds like a child. And he was just like, my teammates are terrible. They're the worst. They don't do anything. I can't remember what else he said, but he was just like, they're but he just kept saying again, what's also funny is like I thought it was weird is he's not saying you guys are terrible. He's saying like my teammates are terrible. Like as if who is he talking to? Anyway, but he's like, my teammates are terrible. They're the worst. They don't do anything. Blah, blah, blah. And then the other person got on the mic. And I feel like this person sounded like a dad. But in the most like just exacerbated. Yeah, exacerbated. And like, is that the word I'm like trying to, I don't know if that's even the word that I'm trying to use, so we'll use a different one. In a very like exhausted and kind of just over it tone, he just says, "Shut up," and just like like he doesn't even say anything else. It's just sort of like a whatever, like you or no. And we both had more damage than the kid who was complaining, and I think we had 2 kills each versus that kid's 1. Exasperated? Maybe that's what I was trying to say. Yeah. Maybe that's what I'm trying to say. I'm groovy. I heard Apex got shut down. Apex Mobile. Yes. Apex Mobile did. If Apex Legends, the console game / PC game, if that got, if that ever closes, there will be riots. I will be rioting.
Non TV Plus Ultra.
Speaking of Apex,
Jetpack
Rob,
13
thank
Squiggle.
you for the 6 months, my friend. Thank you so much. And Valk, I'm sad I missed yesterday's stream. How did you enjoy the first part of the game? I loved it, Valk. Rob, still at work, but I'll leave a lurk. Thank you so much, Rob. I appreciate it. Respawn, more like Riot Games, because I would be rioting. It's true. Wait, which animation? Which animation, Bonk? But Val, it's so good. We're gonna be continuing it today. When he subbed, was it the pizza? Was it the pizza crying and looking happy? And it says, thank you, friends. Is it that one? Yeah, it's from a Japanese pizza commercial. It was a pizza place. There's like a song that plays, but at some point he just turns to the camera and is like, thank you, my friends. I love it. It's great. I think if you search for like crying pizza or like something like that, you'll find it. But no, Valk. Season is so good. We really got to we did like the intro, and I feel like we just got to one of the first like kind of bigger areas, and so we'll continue from there today. But it's a beautiful game. I love it. It's super calm, very chill, fun vibes, but very curious. To be honest, I feel like I was almost about to cry. I think even just at the first little bit of the game. There's like a hint of sadness sort of throughout, but just a hint of something sad, but we'll see. But yeah, if the main Apex games were to close, I'll be super upset. I would be super upset. I'll be writing to Opons every day. And say, give this to your bosses. Sassy! I think first Fortnite, then us. Fortnite would be a huge giant to fall for sure. I mean, at some point they're gonna run out of franchises to add to to the game, so you should use that part from the commercial where the pizza says ignored for when people lurk. I need to hold on. It's been a while since I've watched it. Honestly, Opons, I would be mostly upset that Mirage will have been taken away from me. I think that would be the thing. That's exactly what I just typed in. Japanese pizza commercial. How's everyone today? I'm doing good. I'm doing very good. How is your day? Okay, download. Pizza La Pizzas or something like that. It was a day. Oh no. How's it only Wednesday? Well, it is now February 1st. Welcome to February, everybody. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's just watch this together. Let's see. Wednesday has just felt like Monday 3.0. I was saying earlier I was having a lot of trouble waking up today. It was one of those days for me. All right, look how small this video is. All right, ignore the pixels.
はいピッピッピッピッピザーラ君とトットットットットッピングスピッピッピッピッピザーラ君とトットットットットッピングス
説明しよう。ピザーラのピザはたくさんの新鮮で美味しいトッピングに支えられているのだ。ありがとう。
You see, that's what I love that.
トットットットッピングス
無視ですか。
I see. Ignored. I'm off work but ready for a nap. I feel bad. This game will help you nap, and it's not because it's boring or anything. It is a very chill, calm, soothing game. You will watch it and you will be like, all right, I'm ready to curl up. Yesterday I started yawning towards the end, and again, it wasn't because I wasn't having fun or something. It was just like, it's just so like peaceful for the most part, and like love it. But I do feel like we just need to rewatch that real fast because the song will get stuck in your head.
説明しよう。ピザーラのピザはたくさんの新鮮で美味しいトッピングに支えられているのだ。ありがとう、どうよ。
So ridiculous.
無視ですか。
Ignored. We could have that play. Whoops. We could have that play whenever I do, or just that little icon can pop up
Space Cowboy.
anytime that happens. I thought about, so my plan was so I'm redoing all of the alert animations. It's just going to take forever to do that. And part of me, because I love though that little part where it like turns and it is like the roses are growing and it's just amazing. I thought about trying to draw me in to look like that. Like we have a gifted sub one where it's a me looking thing. And it's like looking at a present. And I thought, oh, what if I could draw myself like doing doing that in the same style, but I had a pizza in Iowa once that had peas on it. Pizza? Not a big fan of peas. I like corn, so I could have corn on a pizza. I may have even had corn on pizza, but I'm not a big peas fan. I'm actually surprised Iowa didn't put corn on their pizza. They're like the corn capital of the world. I don't actually think that's true. But here's a funny, I can't believe this guy would do this story. Please, do tell. Let's see, I feel like I just repeated myself a bunch of times today. The kids just refuse to listen. Oh no, Sassy, I'm sorry. I wanted to barf. Amazing. Yeah, even like, and anything else, I don't think I don't really like just peas. I for whatever. Or actually, and add to that, and I think this might be a hot take sort of, but like green beans, I don't think are good. Do not like when people put anything with green beans in front of me. They always end up just being like very chewy tubes. And I just don't like that. He's currently on Twitch, won't say his name. Doing cheats while streaming. We got him banned yesterday and is trying to do it live again. Oh no. Unbelievable. In Apex? Speaking of pizza, I have toppings. So, oh, right, that's right. You have to sing beep, 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 Pizza Lacoon. That's what it is. Toppings. Green beans are garbage, and I hate how they squeak. Yes, they squeak. I don't like it. It's like nails on a chalkboard to me. You see, it's like weirdly, and anytime it's made, it's always it's like a chewy tube of green stuff, and I don't like that. That is hilarious, Opons. I remember saying a long time ago, someone posted a clip of somebody on Twitch who was cheating in Apex, and I think he had low viewers. Like, I think he had 0. And so he was accessing his like cheat menu just on screen, you know, not really even like trying to hide it at all. And then someone was watching him and noticed it and clipped him clipped him cheating. But like you can see at some point he looks over at his computer and sees that he has like one viewer now, and he like goes over and like closes out his cheats and then goes back to playing normally. And it's very obvious though that he realized he was caught out. The team's response is, "We are literally going to camp this guy's stream on a daily basis to catch him cheating." Nice. And he linked his YouTube, so we can ban him there too. That is crazy. And also very fun. That would be fun for the cheating team, or the response team, or whatever. That would be... That's so dumb. I hate that people cheat in Apex. And I know, I mean, I feel like it's incredibly rare on console, if anything. But that's part of the reason why I hate playing in PC lobbies. So I'm just like, what are the chances? I feel like the chances are much higher. This is why we can't have nice things. I know. It also doesn't make you any better. Like, I don't know. And also, why would you do that on stream too? That just seems bad choices. Was this COD though? There was one from a few years back where this girl was cheating. I feel like it was COD. And she said, I think like her chat called her out on it. And she said something like, "Oh, Becky put it on my computer," or something like that. She like said someone's name. I feel like it was a name like Becky. She was like, "I think Becky put it on." Oh, Becky must have installed it or something. CS:GO, maybe that's what it was. That sounds right. And I just remember being like, that is hilarious. I saw TikTok with a cheater early on. Then people link it to us. Oh, that's nice. And then they get banned. That's good. That's good. I hate when, I don't know. I need to see, imagine a Hunger Games. I always compare any Battle Royale to Hunger Games. Imagine Hunger Games with cheaters. She tried to play it off and text her friend angrily. Then stream suddenly ended. Yeah. Oh boy. We can't see everything, but people will always help. That's good. Yeah, luckily, I feel like on console, the thing people complain about the most is... What is that called? It's like a thing that helps with recoil or something. It's called... It has a name. Something you buy. Not latency. No, there's like a thing that you can get for either for your controller maybe, or I don't know, but it like memorizes like even like spray patterns or something. I forget. So it helps you shoot straighter, and I don't know. But yeah, I've heard people talk about that, but I feel like we don't consider that cheats. Yeah. That's the thing that I hear the most, at least from players complaining, but only code cheats, yeah. Which I don't, I feel like that is next to impossible in console. I don't know if I've heard of... Yeah, I don't know if I've heard of people cheating in console, but... Maybe it's possible, just very difficult to, or something. Probably just way easier. You can. I mean, I assume that it's, if you're wanting to cheat in Apex, it's just probably way easier on PC. So you might as well just go to PC. But Biscuits, welcome in. How are you? By the way, how is Ghostwire Tokyo. I saw you were playing it. I lurked for a little bit. I'm well, thank you. How goes Jetstream? It's good. It's good. It was super, super fun. I remember thinking it looks pretty cool. Is it spooky? Would you say it's spooky? Or like more like just kind of like spooky adjacent, I guess. I couldn't think of another word. No, not really. Okay. That's good. Because that atmospheric, that's fair. I can handle it atmospheric. 10 out of 10, do recommend. It looked pretty good, and it also had I don't think she finished working on the game, but I can't remember her name. I follow her on the Twitters. But the Japanese dev who was at the was it the Game Awards? She was presenting something, and everyone just thought she was just the most adorable, like I can't remember what she did, but she just came across as extremely genuine, and everyone was like, this person is amazing. Who is this? But I think she was working on Ghostwire Tokyo for a bit and then moved to like another project. But I don't know if anyone knows who I'm talking about. There are a couple of jump scares, but they're all in fun. Okay. Yeah, nobody knows what I'm talking about. I wonder if I can find... Hold on. I bet if I search for Ghostwire Tokyo Dev... Okay, apparently that didn't work. Wait, yes, Ikumi Nakamura. Meme was one of the. Oh, right, because she was like, every time she would say, she was introducing Ghostwire Tokyo, and she'd always go, it's spooky. And was just like, yeah, it's in, you guys should look up her announcement for it. Because I think she was presenting in English. Spooky. Oh, that's adorable. Yeah, I think she was like announcing the thing mostly in English. And so anytime it was just very adorable. It honestly, it made me interested in the game, so it worked. I was like, oh, I'm actually kind of curious now what this game is. But that is fun. I might have to check it out. There was another game that I was looking into that's like, I can't tell how spooky it is, like how actually scary it is, or if it's just atmospheric. But I was getting chills just from the trailer, and so I was like, maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, I can handle a little bit of spook. I think anything that's like just plain scary, I don't know if I can handle it. But that's good to know. I think I might try to pick it up if it's ever on sale, because it seems kind of cool. And you're in Japan, so like, sign me up. Good. No, I totally agree on that point. Horror games are not for me. Yeah, I get too scared too easily. And I saw one that looks interesting. That I guess it's been out for a while. It's called the Enigma Machine. And I think the premise is, and what's, you guys will laugh because it's also like, it's supposed to look like PS1 era graphics. But I was watching the trailer, I was still like, okay, I'm frightened. But it looks kind of up my alley, so I don't know. I'm a little tempted to try to play it. It's also currently on sale. It's normally only like $7, but I think it's like $5 right now. The Enigma Machine. I'll play the trailer. It's so super gorgeous too, and no, not the Imitation Game, Google. That's not even, none of those words are correct except for the and trailer. Hold on. Google doesn't know what we want. Oh, hold on. Oh, Andy Reid, because you're the only person in all of Tokyo. Oh, that would be scary. The scares make me feel alive. I can't handle it. I get scared too easily, and then I think about it all day long. Like, I scare myself later. That's the problem, is like, I will be scared while watching it, but then I will be scared for the next week, just because I can't stop thinking about it. I still think about the Mothman prophecies. And that's not even really a scary movie, but it just still creeps me out. Hold on. Wow, that was so loud. I apologize for all of you. I'm so sorry. No! Did you mean imitation mechanism, Google? No! Here's the trailer. Because look, I mean, even like... Is that too quiet? Have you ever wondered just what goes into the mind of an artificial intelligence? Here at Enigma, the #1 manufacturer of human-like androids and the AI that powers them, we have created the ultimate tool. With Dreamscape, we can explore the mind of an AI through an interactive 3D environment. Please note, sometimes an AI can become contaminated. We must be prepared. This exercise will teach you everything you'll need to know to deal with it. Just remember, this exercise is just a simulation. Those at the forefront of AI development may need to make sacrifices along the way. The Enigma Machine. Anyway, it looks interesting, because I love those graphics. Like that's just, I love it so much. That's definitely my jam. But it looks very unnerving. I agree with you, Biscuits. It looks very unnerving. And that's all. I think it's also a very good trailer. It may be a terrible game, but it's a very good trailer of how it builds on itself, and then it starts breaking down, and the VHS effects and stuff. It's just so good. Wait, I have my Mothman slippers on. Do you? Mothman ate my work lunch. That's so Mothman. You see, I can handle a cryptid like that. If it's a cryptid that just eats your work lunch, I think that's the amount of spookiness that I can handle. I don't know why I really love watching Dead Mall videos on YouTube. This game seems right along those lines. Is Dead Mall what's that called? Liminal spaces? I agree, very well done, yeah. And it's I assume it's a very short game because it's only $4 or $5. Well, I think it's $7-8 normal price, and then it's currently on sale for $4 or $5 on the eShop right now. It might be even cheaper on Steam, but Today on Oddly Inspiring, be the cryptid you want to see in the woods. Oh, I love that. That's incredible. I want that as like a shirt or a poster or something. Like, you know the cat poster that's like, it's like hanging from a string or something. It's like hang in there or something like that. I need that poster, but it's Bigfoot or something, and it just says that. Yeah. Be the cryptid you want to see in the woods. I like that. So I should start stealing people's lunches. I think that's the real message here. Yeah, I agree. There has to also be something mysterious about it too, I think. Like, I need to steal people's lunches, but something. Which, I mean, that's not always true. Like, cryptids, like Bigfoot, he doesn't do anything else. He just sort of is there. But like, I don't know. I feel like I need also like a spin on it, sort of. Yes, there we go. I leave a yo-yo in its place. There we go. I think I like that idea. It's my way of payment. Sorta liminal, yeah. A guy walks around abandoned buildings and dead, dying malls recording them. My imagination just races with the history they used to be in them. Yeah, I like that. I bet that do you feel like it's ever spooky watching it? The yo-yo monster, I like that. That even sounds kind of more intimidating. And then, because people be like, the yo-yo monster. What is that? What does it do? And then you're like, well, it takes your work lunch, but it leaves a yo-yo in its place. I like that. Someone make that into a comic book, please. I would read that and watch that when they hopefully make a movie adaptation. Mostly not spooky. There are definitely atmospheric things that can be spooky and unnerving. There've been a lot of like, I watched a video on liminal spaces, and I think they call them the back rooms, where it's like, there are a lot of games now in particular where it's like you walk around these completely empty spaces. They look like they should be populated or were once populated, but now they're completely empty. And it kind of just has a creepy effect of its own. But then there's like, so liminal spaces are not supposed to inherently be scary, I don't think. But then there are the back rooms, which is the creepy ones. They're creepy, but you don't know why. Yeah, and I've seen now there's like some backroom games where they have like, you explore for a bit and then you find like a creature or something. And then you have to like run away or something like that. And that seems terrifying. That seems vaguely menacing. Yeah, absolutely. Mix and I used to live together. We would watch found footage. Oh gosh, YouTube channels all the time. There were some really cool content creators way back when. It has only gotten better. I bet. That would be terrifying. Well, actually menacing once you find the... Yeah, absolutely. Well, excuse me. Yeah, that would be. Thank you, Sassy. Gosh, but I was watching like a whole, do you guys know Super Eye Patch Wolf on the YouTubes? He talks a lot about like anime and some video game stuff and random things occasionally, but he does like longer form videos. But he did one recently on liminal spaces. It was pretty interesting. Yes, he loves wrestling. He does. He talks about it a little bit. And I guess he has a podcast, I think. He's very funny, I think, but he also, and he has acknowledged this before, and I don't know what it is about the way he speaks, but he can say things with like that are, I think he has said that he will say a sentence that he is not intending for it to be like heavy with meaning, I guess, but like just the way he says things, he like he just says that he'll say a phrase and you're just thinking like it's the most mysterious thing that has ever been said.
In the mysterious land
Good
of
Gumma
Toronto,
Gizmo.
Canada.
How's it going? He's good friends with my internet dad, Matt McMuscles. That's excellent. That's also a great name. Cosmog. We do love the Gizmo. But yeah, he has some good videos. But he did one on liminal spaces. That was pretty interesting. Is Matt McMuscles like a wrestler person? I was big on liminal spaces like Octoberish. Nice. Yeah, so Super Eye Patch Wolf did a video on
Don't be silly.
Secret! On liminal spaces in the back rooms or whatever. But Secret, welcome in. How are you? Hi, friends. By the way, soon we're gonna hop into the game. I want to play it before it gets too late. He's an internet gaming dude. Ah, okay. One of the things I love is there are so many creators out there sometimes that you're like, this person is huge, and I have never heard of them. There's something about that I love. That it's just like it's such a big enough like world of creators out there. I mean, there are obviously people that everyone knows, but and also maybe I also just could be ignorant. I just don't know people. But I feel like there are so many times where I'm like, oh, who is this person? And then I'll go check out their YouTube channel or their Twitch channel, and I'm like, oh, they're like, they're very well known. Matt McMuscles created my favorite YouTube channel, Two Best Friends, and then they weren't friends and my life is ruined. Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that, Jonzo. That's rough. If you promise to be extra cozy and cuddly during stream, I'm gonna keep you on my nap. Do it. This is the perfect game for it, Secret. I literally just found out who Mr. Beast is. Incredible. I feel like I've only seen like a couple of his videos, but I mean, I know who he is. The Burger Chef, right, yeah. I used to watch that, then ended up watching Maddie M a few years ago. Oh, McMuscles. I was like, who's this? So many people I don't know. I almost went to try a Mr. Beast burger, and then I realized it's not like a real place. It's just like a fake place. And I was like, maybe not. He's also Canadian. So far, I've liked every Canadian I've ever met. I don't think I don't know too many. But I love them all. Amazing. Secret is napping. Chat behave or the shrew will come to your internet cable cords. No! I know him because my students are obsessed. Haven't seen a single thing he's done. All I know is that he's incredibly wealthy, and Mod is literally asleep. All I know is Mr. Beast is incredibly wealthy, and I don't know how he got there. Did he become incredibly wealthy because of YouTube, or was there a precursor to that? Is he old money? Is he new money? I have no idea. Does anybody know? Is it one of those things where it's like, is this an X-Men scenario where It's like the Cuckoo Sisters, where Cuckoo Sisters, where you try to think of their origin and you're like magically forced to forget that you were even wondering about that. Who knows? I know. I still need to make it secret. I will. At this point, I just want it to be a mystery forever. I just know that he has a stupid amount of money, and he will be like, how long can you stand in the square for? If you can stand in the square for 5 years, I'll give you $10 billion. And I don't know. I love that that trips you up too. Still trips me up, but I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. I don't know how to, I just don't know how to say that. Matt was a QA for Eidos, Montreal, where he's from. Ooh. Oh, I was watching yesterday Asylum Games Direct, and they're based in Montreal. Which is like, it's a bunch of indie studios that are kind of like working together to help like each other, I guess. I think they like share resources and stuff. He makes about 40 million annually? Goodness. I mean, I'll take one. I'll take $1 million. At least he tends to give that stuff away, or like he uses it for that, I suppose. I at least appreciate that. I can appreciate that. I saw a lot of people were kind of upset with him, sort of, this past week, but I honestly don't care. I just honestly don't care, so I didn't look into it. He just paid for 1,000 people's eye surgery. Yeah, I saw that. And I guess some people had some negative reaction to it, which I don't get. The only thing I saw was his response, which was like something like, I wish rich people would use their money to help people. And it's like, me uses money to pay for eye surgeries. People, and then people, I hate Mr. Beast or whatever. So I don't know. I guess people were upset with him about something, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know much about him, but he seems benevolent at least. Yeah, I mean, I think, sure, someone could probably make the argument, why not just do it? Why put it on the internet or whatever? But it ends up being good enough publicity anyways, and hopefully spurs more people to be, generous where they can be, and, helpful of others or considerate of others or whatever. So, I don't know. For some people, if they aren't complaining, they aren't breathing. I think that's fair. And to be honest, I think it was on Twitter, which Twitter will, complain about everything. So it's hard to know when a complaint is actually legitimate or not. So insane. I saw a tweet calling him the Antichrist, and I was confused because healing people. Yeah. Getting people eye surgery seems real nice. So... yeah, and I mean, and that's not, the only thing he's done, so... And again, I don't know the guy, or, watch. I don't think I've seen really any of his videos. I only see the thumbnails that YouTube is like, you should watch this, and I'm usually like, nah, it's okay. I'm fine without it. But, I mean, I'm glad that he's using his money for that, instead of, I don't know... just buying yachts, I guess, and just having the most yachts in the world or something. He could probably do that if he wanted. Just every yacht. That's his claim to fame. Wow, really, Jet? Think of the yacht salespeople. Okay, good point. Good point. Oh, God, I'm gonna get canceled. The yacht community is going to cancel me, and I won't be allowed on any boats from here on out. Yeah, the people complaining aren't the one he's helping, so that's fair. Ooh, boating. Couldn't he just use his vast wealth to hoard more wealth like a normal rich person? Come on. You're you're landlocked now. That's I need that as a like hero catchphrase, or not catchphrase, but like, you know, right before the final blow to the enemy. Just, you're landlocked now, buddy. Gosh, that's great. Ocean Man. Maybe Aquaman could say that in some way. That's your JoJo stand line. I love that. No, I'm never gonna go on a yacht now. I've never even been on one, and now I never get to experience that. That's a shame. Fizz from League says it. I love that. You're landlocked now. That's not what he sounds like. Oh boy. Look, if I get rich, I won't forget you guys, okay? That's my promise to you. That's the only thing I can promise. I'll be streaming from my yacht. You've done to the yacht community what they did to CNH. You silenced them. Oh no. They were so outspoken before, you know? The yacht community. Always with their yachting and and I don't know, what else do they do? Have bowling alleys on the sea, I guess. Is that part of their... That's like part of their thing, I think. And make Shovel Knight? Yeah, that's right. Gosh, I didn't even forget. Now I've blocked access to a game for me. The whole community of 3 dozen people? I don't know. Yeah. That's probably about right. Sea bowling? I mean, right? Yachts probably have... I bet there's a yacht with a bowling alley on it. Yacht bowling. Come on. The yacht community has a banger playlist on Spotify. Yacht rock. I love that. Let's see, a $350 million super yacht has a waterfall and a bowling alley and a wave pool you can surf in. So, oh, but wait. This 400 million super yacht, this other one, this is more million, by 50 million, has 3 waterfalls and a 24-seat cinema. So, maybe a cat. Welcome in. Sea bowling must be hard. All the waves would mess with your rolls. Yeah, I feel like that would be difficult. That seems, again, something that's just very unneeded. I'm joking, but I'm not even joking. Wait, really? Is yacht rock a thing? Is it a lot like surf rock? Because I can get behind that. So I've been at my current school for 4 years now and only just learned that we have a bowling alley in the basement. Incredible. Bowling club? Bowling club when? That's like 150 million per waterfall. It's a good point. That's a bargain. I mean, I'd like you to try to find a waterfall for less. Let's see. It can reach a top speed of 20 knots, which... I don't know if that's slow or fast, to be honest. It's a 442 feet boat. It's made of feet. Glass and steel. The vessel made of glass and steel surfaces can accommodate 24 passengers and 50 crew members. It features a variety of relaxation areas such as bars, nightclubs, multiple game rooms, and a gym with a Turkish bath, massage room, and spa. It also has a 24-seat cinema. So just enough for the guests. No crew. A bowling alley and a showroom to display your collection of vintage cars. Excellent. I've been waiting for a place to show off my vintage cars. Apparently it's ecological. There's a water purification system and several solar panels. A heliport. There's also a heliport, and once the helicopter lands, it is then accommodated inside the boat via an automated system. Goodness. Wow. I'm gonna go chasing waterfalls. There we go. It can reach a top speed of 240. Not. I like that. TLC recommends not doing that though. That's a good point. Yeah, they want you to stick to the lakes and the rivers and lakes that you used to. 20 knots is roughly 24 miles per hour or 37 kilometers per hour. Interesting. So I can run, well, I feel like that's still not, well, I mean, is that fast? It's not too fast. But I guess if you needed to get away, you could like use your helicopter that you keep inside of it. I feel like the helicopter garage probably takes up a lot of space. Who is TLC? T-Boz, Left Eye Chili? You know. Rest in peace, Left Eye. She was my favorite. 240 was way too fast. Yeah, 24. Or 20 knots. There we go. Oh, is that what TLC meant? Yeah. It was each of their names. T-Boz, Left Eye, and Chili. Adoy. Where are my TLC stands? It's an... The All That theme still slaps. Wait, did they make that? Wait, did they? Hold on. Did they make the All That theme? I can kind of hear it now that you say that, but... Wait, what? Yeah, my mind is being blown today, yeah. So it's an IRL Hess truck? What is that? But a yacht? I think I know what a Hess truck is. Wait, TLC All That? Oh my goodness. I want a yacht helicopter. I don't, Sassy. Wow, they did do the All That theme song. What in the world? How did I never know that? Nick Fury, hook me up. Wow. Who knew? That's so funny because it's like, yeah, I guess I can hear that, but wow. I miss Lisa Left Eye Lopez. Left Eye for Life! She had some of the best lines in those songs. Okay. Let's hop into the game, friends. One of my favorite Tupac songs were written about her. Interesting. Which one is that? If it's an appropriate title. This is all that. All right. Do for Love. Interesting. I'll have to look that up. Created as a way to provide a fun, high quality, and affordable toy for families during the holiday season, the first Hess toy truck. Oh, so it's like a toy. I see. Yeah, I'd never heard of that. Samples Bobby Caldwell. Interesting. All right, so we're playing a game called Season, A Letter to the Future. It released yesterday. Devs gave us a code. Very excited about it. It's super fun, very chill, very calm. If you're looking for a super chill experience, you're in the right place, friends. Basically, where we're at currently. Yay, thank you, devs. It's true. Thank you, devs. Let me see. Is this probably... I could probably catch you guys up via the notebook. I feel like that'll probably be the easiest way to streamline this. My explanation. So, whoops. That's not it. Nope. That's not it. Here we go. So... Haha, all right. Is this... Isn't it about a dad coming home from work? He sees son. Yuck, 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 yuck. That's how I imagine... that's how I imagine you sound as you type some of these jokes out. Yuck, 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 yuck. That's me in my chair, yeah. So, I was actually thinking about this before stream. I'm a little gremlin. I love that. No, you're awesome. So I don't think our character has a name. I don't think we've been given a name yet. So we lived in a town called... That's us, by the way. That's us. It's not... the town is called... Starts with the C. Caro Village, I think. And nobody really leaves, typically. Also, I need to do this thing. Nobody leaves. It is people. Everyone who lives there stays there, etc., etc. Part of it is because there is a thing called like mind sickness. And if you leave sort of the area, there's like a chance you can get it, I think, or that's at least what the town believes. And so, people don't typically leave. So we're the first person to leave in a very long time. And our friend Pate, so that's us, that's our mom. Our friend Pate had a vision, a prophetic dream, a vision that the elder said means this season is going to end. The world is about to enter a new era. A great change is coming. Everyone was afraid. So, like, one of the things that they've talked about thus far is there have been different seasons. There are the olden days that people don't know much about, or like when that was. There was the season of modernity, where there was industrialization, the golden season, a season of cultural change. Then there was a war that lasted 10 years, and then there's the current season that they're in, which doesn't have a name. I guess they name it after the season passes, which makes sense, but it's the season that we were born into, and it seems as though the season is about to end. And they haven't explained why necessarily, but they believe that the season is going to end in some kind of big event. And so I think it is seen as being negative. And so in order to preserve sort of memories and whatever, our character has left the town in order to catalog the sights, sounds, and stories of people and take it to this museum where it will survive this event. Yes. Before we left, though, our mom helped us make a pendant. We actually used magic. I didn't know magic was going to exist in this game, but it does. But we actually like made a pendant filled with different items that we had to choose that it's supposed to protect us. The mom said it was going to help us maintain our identity. And so that we don't get confused out and get like mind sickness or whatever. So we have a special pendant, and the mom said never to take it off or anything. I'm crouched on my chair, hunched over on the keyboard, cackling. Yak, yak, yak. So we walked around the village starting off. We did not meet Pete. Our dad got lost a long time ago. Hiking the mountains, and that was sort of it. So our dad has been gone for a long time, so we just said goodbye to our mom. We're trying to take our journal to the museum vault, and along the way we take pictures. We also have an audio recorder, and we have been writing down stories and stuff. What is cool about this game is that you actually get to make these pages. So all of this before are pre-made. But you can like add keepsakes to like the thing. And some of it's made of quotes, some of it's made of pictures that you've taken or special items that you've interacted with. And so you can like move it around and like paste them. That's our ma'am. This was Caro Village, and like you can like replay certain sounds from the places you've been, which I think is kind of cool. But our village had, the main thing was there was a doctor guy who knew the cure for like this mind sickness stuff, and so a lot of the people there. Or people would go there to try to get cured or whatever. Dr. Fumio, that's his name. Then we remembered a poem that our dad had wrote. He apparently was a poet. There's a lot of significance of laying down in the ground and looking up. Something about like all the people who came before you are holding you up and supporting you. And just remember that every time you lay down. We walked through like a path outside of the village. We heard a frog. And from there, we saw like a bunch of cranes. We saw some goats. That was the first time she had seen like a live animal, really. So it was the first animal she ever pet. We found letters. There were a bunch of letters that did not reach Caro Village because of the war. Yeah. Those are some of the cranes we saw. We found a bunch of broken down windmills and broken highways. We found like evidence of people living kind of under the highways. We found a couple of shacks, and but they left because they found a group from some kind of community, and they left with the community. Oh, you know what? Oh, they left with the Greyhands. So I wish I could zoom in because it shows the truck. It says, I met a driver from a group that's building a community. I'm leaving with him. Goodbye to this lonesome place. Goodbye to this lonesome season. And it has a truck with the hand, which later well, we'll get there. But we interviewed the elder. This was the elder of our town in a flashback. And we asked them about how they became the elder, what did they know about certain things, and the different mind sicknesses. Then this is kind of where we're at. We saw a dam that is going to be demolished because it's breaking, and nobody who's alive knows how to fix it. So they've decided that they're just going to destroy the dam and evacuate the town beforehand. Instead of their argument is they just want to get that over with so that it doesn't just explode one day and nobody, they're all caught by surprise or whatever. But we met somebody who is a gray hand, who I guess is like a guard / delivery guy, maybe. And the gray hands are like, they said they're called the gray hands because they wanted to be neutral. But they're kind of there to help. One thing though that I realized earlier, I don't think he was wearing like a pendant or anything. And so I'm curious if other people have things to protect them from mind sickness, or do they just risk it for the biscuit? But we are at the entrance of the Tiang Valley, which is where we're headed to next. But I'll have to check out that commercial later, Sassy. But this is us. We have a bike. We travel around on bike. The Greyhound gave us a map of the valley, and so that's where we're headed. And so I assume we're gonna head to the dig site first, I think. But I assume we'll be meeting a bunch of people. Whoops. Also, we can take like cool pics, put them in our notebook. Or record audio. And it's fun. How do I'm forgetting how I get back on... Oh, there we go. Also, what is that basket? Leave me alone. Nothing. It's empty. Also, I will stop and take photos of everything. So if you're like... gosh, hold on. How do I change filter? No filter, please.
This looks ancient. It must have been hard to carve a pattern like that into a rock.
And so, like, there are certain things, like where we're at now... Wait. Where we're at now... Can I put... So sometimes you have to take a photo of a specific thing, but oftentimes... sometimes they have, like... You can just put whatever. I'll have to check that out for sure. Okay, so we need to find some kind of symbol. There's a video? Also? We did not get a good look at this while we were here. Please respect the residents of Tiang Valley. They are not actors or tourist guides or animals, but hardworking folk. Please collect all trash or debris from the concessionary stands before leaving. This garbage not only clutters the pristine valley, but is offensive to the local people who do not eat mass-processed food or drink. Good to know.
I'll think about what kind of visitor I want to be.
The entrance to the Tiang Valley Shrine.
It seems like I'll have to wait for night to enter the shrine.
Let's go ahead and put that here. Ooh! This is the audio of the truck. Alright. What else we got? Here stands the gateway to Tiang Valley, home of the three mindful gods. As you enter, try to imagine the millions of pilgrims who passed under this gate before. They were born, they lived, and they died.
I'm not the first to do this. Just the first in a long time.
Before I get on my bike... Okay, we can't... Those chairs are floating. I'm sure it's fine. Alright. Let's get on our bike. Let's go down to the valley. Someone play that Lynn song called Down in the Valley. I forget who sings it. Hold on. I actually want to check something out. This tree is broken, which I feel like is not significant, probably. But what if it is? Why is it the only tree that's broken? Should I take a picture of it? Yes. Because it means something to me. Because this is art, everybody. See, what if she had something to say then? Wouldn't that have been cool? Okay, we can go. Look, do you see? There's the other part of the broken tree. All right. There's a story. There's a story here. And I will figure it out. Or make one up. Gonna message the devs. Woo! Look at that. The visuals of this game are incredible, and I love it, and I'm gonna stop and take another photo. You can't stop me. Oh, look at that. I don't know which is better. Okay. Oh, so cool. Oh gosh. Eyes on the road, everybody. Do not forget, eyes on the road. I also do not know if they are a left lane, you know, society or a right lane society, so we'll just do both. Was ist das? All above will remain, all below will wash away. Oh, is that the line for the flooding?
All above will remain. All below will wash away.
It seems rife with meaning. Where do I put this? I don't have to put this anywhere, but I want to put that somewhere. And that is the problem that I'm running into. Behold the ceremony of the random dead. The person is selected arbitrarily from the graveyard. A monk unearths memories of this person for all to enjoy. Every first Saturday of the month, sunrise at the Tiang Valley Cemetery. Interesting. Also, I would hate to be that person.
I have wondered about the lives beneath unkept graves.
Imagine if they pulled one out and they're like, wow, this person was very boring, actually. They didn't have... they didn't do anything. It's... Why is it... Memory, it's just this person watching Netflix for years. The well-trodden path. This very path you stand on has been the same since at least year 350. Imagine millions of pilgrims walking this humble path to visit the famous Tiang Valley Shrine.
The elder told me there's very little information about the years before 500.
Here's the map we have. I wonder if that's important. That's where we are. You guys can't see it, but... Okay. Welcome to Chang Valley. Remember, you made it here, but we made here.
I am probably the last person that will ever be welcomed here by this sign.
Let's take a picture. I love that they use like a Polaroid camera for this. Is there anything back here? There's something very satisfying about watching the picture, like, come into frame. So, okay, we need to find this symbol, some kind of paper, and a film. Wait, where are we on the map? This must be towards... Might as well check. This looks like it's towards the shrine. Serene Pond area. Maybe not, but we'll still go there. Memory flower. Excuse me, what is a memory flower? Memory flowers are unique to Tiang Valley. Their long history is intertwined with the religious practices of the valley. Stop and listen. You might be surprised by what the flowers have to say. Beautiful, but dangerous. Remember this helpful mnemonic. Memory flowers few? Few! Memory flowers many, danger aplenty. But what do they do?
I wonder what the flowers have to say.
Oh. It's like wonky. Is it because of the memory flowers?
She must have been important to have such an elaborate solitary tomb.
Oh.
God of sleep, I've been gathering harpic, and I've been gathering courage. If my big prayer is wrong, if it goes against divine will, please spare the people of this valley. We're so desperate for peace.
Memory told over and over again.
It leaves a 3 let it be. Yeah, that's kind of what it seems like. I wonder if it's like... I wonder what the flowers do. And it's like, I'm curious if it's like...
All the rituals for the dead in my village require the body, so we couldn't perform them for my dad. But I can make my life a ritual for his memory.
I wonder if it's like... I wonder if they preserve memories, and so maybe, or like... I mean, that's why it sounds like they're playing that audio. But I wonder if it's like, if there's a few of them, it's like fine, but if there are too many, maybe... I don't know, maybe it takes some memories, or... I'm curious what the, like, why they need a device to even remember not to be around, like, a lot of them. This one is crushed.
God of sleep.
I feel like there are two possibilities. Either too many would flood you with memories, oh, maybe, or erase memories. Yeah, yeah, that would kind of make sense. Is this? Oh, this is like another entrance, I think. Ooh. Oh, I think I would come this way anyway. Like, because the road winds around. Oh, come on. Oh, some more.
The people here are so weak.
I heard gunshots last night.
That was us. What is that?
Look at the pond, the water.
What is that pattern?
Should we run or something?
Something frightening happened in this memory. But what was it?
The people here are so weak.
It's terrifying. Hungry eyes and empty stomachs, local artist.
These metal animals are looking up, expectantly.
Oops. Part of me is like, will we see something? Is there any way to, like... Is there any way to, like, see... What did they see? What? If that doesn't get answered, I'm gonna get... I'm gonna be so sad. Oh. Also, I hear frog, but I do not see frog. let's take a picture of.
I can't imagine fishing and actually catching a fish. Too scary. A green space. I feel memory in the air like pollen. It reminds me of a poem my dad was never able to finish. The first line was, "If you want to awaken the dead, just whisper."
Oops. I love decorating this. I think this is so much fun. I'm surprised they don't have the, like, memory flowers as a, stamp.
I wonder what this is for.
By the way, it's very satisfying when you like take a picture of something and she says, "Whoa," she says something about it. Anything? Okay. I'm always like, yes, I did the right thing. Could this be anything? No. Let me double back. Just to double check we didn't miss anything. I think that looks like we'll get there eventually. I don't think there's any way for us to get there now. We have this. Another topping attached. Nice. That's awesome. Yes, go get you some food.
Billboards were popular in the golden season. They usually asked people to buy something. That meant exchanging money for it. Money was valuable paper that represented... It's all in the past now.
Is this another... Okay, that's the other path to that. Is that, I mean, is that, it's not from this, right? Or is it gonna be something? Okay, I guess we'll see what's up. Alright, that doesn't sound good. But that emote is actually me, though. Now, hold on. Where are we here? Oh, that's neat. Oh, it fills it in. That's cool. And back with food. A siren started playing, Sassy. I don't know if you heard. Okay, I think in front of us is the archway below the dig site. Yeah, the siren started going off. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Nothing to worry about. Sirens go off all the time. Okay, we're there. Yeah. That's what I thought. So what is then the air? What is the? We'll have to check that road that's to the right here.
I never learned about this technology in school. Could it be emergency rations from the war? I will leave it alone.
Bunch of Greyhand stuff. Interested in joining the Greyhands? What would you like to do? How do you want to spend your infinitely precious time on this earth? We will create a position specific to you. Each Greyhand is their own department.
It sounds like they want to adapt their organization to the people in it, and not the other way around.
Sounds interesting. Let's check here. Oh. Banksy was here.
The artist has depicted the Greyhands as a child. They don't have faith in their capabilities, but see them as innocent?
The cow farm. That must be... Okay. Anything else I can take from here? Nope. Okay. Doesn't see any people. Hello.
Is that your name on your collar? Let's see. You are Madrigal.
Just like kites? Yeah.
This machine looks powerful. It must have done the work of many people.
Whoever the voice actress is like, she has a great voice. Hello, cow. Look up at me, cow. Or at least look up.
And you are Mata.
A beautiful photo. We will pet all the animals. As our own objective. Let's go to this one next.
And your name is Toupette. I wonder who named you that. You are a cow and you are named Krasnahorkai.
This is art, everybody. We're doing art right now. This is an art stream. And my medium is cow photography. Oh, hello.
A beautiful cow named Gorp.
Gorp. Oh, Gorp. There's another path out this way. Looks like it just... Oh, no, it leads to the other side of that lake. We will go. Even though we might need to go... We might do that afterwards. Oh, look at over there. Goodness. Hello.
The name of this cow is TVC15. Oh my.
World Cow Championship, Best Moo. I believe it. International Competitive Cow Festival. I'm taking it.
Cows from all over the world came here to compete in cow stuff? The golden season seems like such a different world. This Greyhand kid just wants to be loved?
Those flies? We'll go there in a second.
The elder said that people were exhausted by symbols after the war. Is that true here in the valley?
Let's see, we're being evacuated. They're moving us into, they're moving us into an apartment in the Radiant City. There's no room for animals. Breaks my heart, but I have to leave you all of you here. I've got the radio tuned to your favorite station. You've always done right by me.
These people had to leave so much behind.
We got a big show today. Huge show. Breaking news. The Greyhands have died. we're taking suggestions for our new name.
Live on the air suggestions from the rank and file.
You don't even need to be a gray hand to suggest a name.
True, true.
The number to call is 0019. That is 0019. First caller, hit us with a name.
Hi, yeah. I was thinking the bricklayers.
Okay. Bricklayers.
Laying some bricks. Well, yeah, thanks for the suggestion.
We'll be taking them all afternoon, so keep them coming.
That number again is 0019. You're listening to Greyhand Radio. We are broadcasting live from Greyhand HQ.
And we're gonna take a little break.
If the Greyhands are changing their name, you'd know them as something else.
Music for Cows trophy.
I like the tune well enough. I wonder why it appeals to our bovine brethren.
Did everybody see this one? I suppose since I moved all of them, it's actually harder for me to know which ones I pet, but I guess we can pet a lot of them again, you know? They get extra pets.
And the seventh cow's name was Balto.
Balto? Oh look, there's a cow up at the building. How'd you get up there, cow? And there's also a cow here. This cow's lounging.
The cow is called Frenzy. It gives me a headache trying to imagine what a machine like this was used for. I have no idea.
Also, we haven't put any things here. Ooh.
Compared to my village, they lived in the open here. They lived on the land itself. I hope in the future, at least some people are still living like that.
Aw. Whoops. Let's go up to the house. Ooh. Harvested from cold cows, we call it ice cream. Everyone seems to like it. I like that tag.
I've never drank cow's milk, let alone some kind of frozen version.
From cold cows. Hello, cow.
Another cow, another perfect name. Nellie.
Can't go in. I wonder if I can... Oh, there is a cow sound. Oh, neat. Okay. Again, I love finding that stuff. Okay, there are a bunch of flies or something over here. I don't like that sound, but I'm just doing this because I know we can add it to the book.
The valley keeps producing fruit, even when there's no one left to eat it.
Okay, anything else before we... Gosh, what a beautiful game. I feel like it helps you, I don't know. It just reminds me of like living in the moment sort of thing, like stopping to smell the roses, I suppose. That's how I would describe the feel of this game. I wonder if I can... I need to record that sound. Yeah. Next time I need to get off my bike and try to record it. This might be the shrine that we're headed towards. That's only open at night, but... Open at sunset. I bet that's... Yeah. This is looking very shriny, you know? Oh, some memories.
What's the week? What's in there for the week? I recognize you.
Yeah?
You're the famous doctor. That's your boy. The one with the visions. I'm right, aren't I? I won't tell nobody.
We're just passing through.
I have a niece. She hears things. Voices of the dead.
I can't help you.
Please, give it some thought.
I can't treat anyone here in this valley. This is not a place to get well.
Where is?
I'm working on that. Take care.
It's surreal to find a piece of Dr. Fumio's past so far away from Cairo.
Okay, yeah, we're headed to the shrine right now. Let's go back then. Because it's only open at... Well, I mean, it is setting, right? I mean, but it said to go to the assembly place first, so we'll probably do that. Yellow Bags! Oh, what a beautiful game. It's on my wish list. I'm a sucker for melancholic games. There is a lot of melancholy here. Very... I was just saying it is sort of like a stop to smell the roses type of game. That's what I'm getting from it. But Emmers, good night. Thank you so much for being here and hanging out with us today. Always good to have you. Always good to see you. But get some sleep so that you feel rested for work tomorrow. Thanks for being here and hanging out. Okay. I guess let's go back this way. Yeah. We'll head to where it told me to. Did I take a picture of this already? Thanks for streaming and entertaining my afternoons. Of course. Have a nice night. Have a good night, Emmers. Let's walk around this area. So, fence. Gray hand things. The problem. The solution. The dam is falling apart. No one alive knows how to fix it. We will take down the dam ourselves so we will know when it will collapse. Hotline 2324.
There's a number to call for questions regarding the dam.
There's the telephone over there. Oh, this is one of those things. Name, profession, former Tiang Valley resident, Radiant City apartment.
There must be a lot of people going to the city if they need to keep track of them with cards. You still need a picture of those hands and some kind... Oh, I wonder if that's going to be the film? Where's the thing with hands, though? I wonder if it's further in. I just don't want to miss it. This feels very post-apocalyptic. Yeah, I think there is a... I mean, it seems to be... Seems to be part of it, for sure. Gather round the Gray Hand. Imagine if the man I met is the only living Gray Hand, and the rest are cardboard.
There it is. Thoughts on a new season, a manifesto for the future.
The Gray Hands want to end this season. These snacks are so identical, as if they were mass-produced. The snacks of my life have been homespun, idiocentric even.
They've littered, though. I thought littering was not good. Play slide reel. We have no leader. Doing it right this time. Doing it right this time. We will never wage war. The weight of the past will fall off our shoulders, and we will see the world as if for the first time. We will hold hands for the right amount of time. Not too brief, not forever. We will build the next season.
They say they're going to build the next season. How? The Greyhands are the future in all its uncertainty, the good and the bad, the hope and fear of progress. The loneliness of this season will be left behind. A collective project is coming.
Radiant City. The Radiant City is located at a high elevation with safe, fertile soil. Low elevation is dangerous. Low elevation pools containments.
The Elder also said low places are dangerous.
Oh, that's right.
The city is high up like my village. Maybe it is safer.
I thought you were going to put the glasses sticker on the drawing of the guy in the glasses. I was going to, but I saw it didn't quite fit. Radiant City, a blank canvas for your dreams. A community for the full human being. Not the worker, not the parent, not the child. The full human being.
It's hard to imagine something new. A new way of living. But they're trying. They had to leave so much behind.
I feel like no elder gods, no crystals, no kale, no cows or monkeys or wheat or chairs or fuzzy pineapples or kites, or graves, or apples, or candles, or something like that.
The Grey Hand seem to care what people think about them.
What was that? How did we do? Oh, I just dropped my controller. I totally thought, I was like, what is that? Wait. Thank you. How did we do? Please ask your comments and feedback. Thank you for helping my daughter find her journal. We were so stressed. One of your people named Sal really took the time to answer all the questions my kids had. He was very patient with them. He was more patient with them than I am. Thank you for helping an old person like me carry all my heavy luggage. I'd like to be a Greyhound when I grow up so I can help people. Interesting.
The Greyhounds can't see where they're going? The process of taking people out of the valley was also a kind of ritual, a way of bridging one life to another. They know the world they're leaving. The next one hasn't been created yet.
It is very Blue Badger-ish. And it's like he's holding the chips. There's a radio in there. Oh, some trash. Oh. Lies.
There seems to be suspicion about the real condition of the dam and why it's being taken down.
Is there any... Oh, there is audio from this. Oh, it's just a tape. Kind of scares me a little bit. You hear distant music. Distant music continues. You hear a distant voice. Hello? Distant sound of someone running towards the phone. Knocking things over. They pick up the phone.
Oh, thank God someone is still down there. I've been trying to get a hold of someone for hours. Ah, thank you. I forgot the Day Zero materials. You know, the visual literature, the warm bath of ideas? I left it at the dig site. It should be sitting on a barrel with a fruit sticker on it. Oh, wait! Hold on. I forgot to do the secret password. I don't even know who you are. Is it too late now, you think?
Sure, let's do it.
Okay. What day is the day after tomorrow?
Day 0?
Phew. Okay. I did figure you'd be... Sorry, I didn't recognize your voice. Hard to keep track of all the new recruits. What else was I gonna say? There was vandalism on a few of the posters. Bad stuff. I put them in the trash. Keep an eye out for more. Anyways, thanks for answering. The Day 0 material is in the dig site, pretty sure. It should be sitting on a barrel that has a fruit sticker on it. You know, I guess I was going to say you could bring it to me, but the flood will destroy it anyway. So actually, I was worried for nothing. Everything is lost in a flood. God, we really know what we're doing. I'm excited for this all to be over. I'm excited for this all to begin. Bye-bye now.
Interesting. Can I? Oh, nice. Hold on. Where is 0019? Oh no. Dial 0 0 1 9. Ring ring. Ring ring.
You're on the air. What's your name idea, please? Hit us with your name idea, please.
The force that takes everything away. Gray hands is perfect. Blissful future.
Oh, not bad. Blissful future. Feels comfortable. Sounds like there's no worries with that one. I think that's the direction we should go. Yeah, that's the bar now. Thanks for the inspiration.
And then the other phone was 34. Was it on a pamphlet? Isn't it like 33, 34 or something? Where is this thing? I thought we recorded it somewhere. Oh. So not the cow farm. 2324. Okay, I was at least knew there was a number there. 2324.
Hello. This is the Greyhand Flood Hotline. We've received many questions about the dam, the controlled demolition of the dam, and the impending flood. This is a pre-recorded set of answers to common questions. For service in the language I'm speaking now, press 1. For another language, press 2. If you are calling with mild concerns about the flood, press 1. For grave concerns, press 2. For other sources of anxiety, press 3. To confirm you are still on the line, press 1. Thank you. Please listen closely, as the following sentence has changed. If you are calling in a professional capacity, press 1. If you are calling out of curiosity and amusement, press 2. If you aren't sure why you are calling, press 3. To continue in a professional capacity, to add a personal touch to the call, press 2. To reveal something personal about yourself, press 1. To hear something personal about me, press 2. I'm sorry. Our personal revelation system is undergoing emergency maintenance.
Okay.
Please try again in the next lunar cycle.
Oh my gosh. What? We didn't get any answers. Hold on. 23, 24. I wonder if... Oh boy.
Hello. This is the Grey. We've received the controlled and the This is a for service in for another language. Press 2. If you are calling with mild for grave concerns for other sources of anxiety, press 3.
Let's stick with 1.
To confirm you are still on the line, press thank you. Please listen close. If you are calling in a professional capacity, if you are calling out of, if you aren't sure why you are calling, press
Let's do.
3. To continue in a professional,
I'm doing the same
add a
thing,
personal touch to the call.
but I will
Press
do.
2. For a professional look with a fresh, if the thought of mass destruction gives you an unspeakable comfort, stay on the line.
Wait, this is different.
Please enter your 4-digit relocation number.
Oh man. Hit random numbers.
I'm sorry. We are having trouble accessing your file. Please try again in the next lunar cycle.
I wonder how much longer we can keep rotary dial phones in games before they become so forgotten no one knows how to use them.
Hello. This is the Greyhand. We've received the dam, the and the. This is a pre for service in for another language. Press.
I'm actually curious what happens
if
you hit
are
2.
calling with mild concerns about
Like
the
what
flood,
language it chooses.
For grave concerns, for other sources of anxiety.
Stick with
press
1.
To confirm you are still on the line, press 1. Thank you. Please listen closely. If you are calling in a professional capacity, press. If you are calling out of curiosity and amusement, if you aren't sure why you are calling,
Number
press
1.
3. To continue in a professional capacity, to add a personal touch to the call.
We will just
Press
do
2.
number 1 this
For a
time.
professional look with a fresh taste, stay on the line. If the thought of mass destruction gives you an unspeakable comfort, stay on the line.
Oh, that's what we did last
Please
time.
enter your 4-digit
Okay.
relocation
Hold on.
number.
End call. So last time we did... Let's do, like, great anxiety, just to see what happens.
Hello. This is we've received the control and this for service for another language. Press. If you are called for grave for other sources
Grave
of anxiety,
concerns.
press. To confirm you are still on the line, press 1. Thank you. Please listen closely. As the following sentence, if you are calling in a professional capacity, if you are calling out of curiosity,
We'll do
and if you aren't
curiosity.
sure why you are calling, press 3. If you would like me to adopt a more casual tone of voice to proceed as normal, press 2. Well, hi. I'm so excited recording these lines. This phone tree isn't supposed to yield you any information. They designed it to frustrate you. They don't want to answer questions. They just want to give you an outlet. A robot voice to be mad at. Organizing human activity has its upsides and its downsides.
It just hangs up on me? Alright, let's see what number 3 is. If...
Hello, we've the control, and this is a for service for another language. Press. If you are called for for other sources of anxiety, press 3.
Oops, I meant to do
Confirm
3.
you are still on the line. Press 1. Thank you. Please listen closely. If you aren't sure why you are calling, press 3. If you are calling because you have nightmares about the flood, press 1. If you are calling with questions about lost dam technology, press 2. To proceed with the call, press 3. If the thought of mass destruction gives you an unspeakable comfort, stay on the line. Please enter your 4-digit relocation number.
Okay. Hold on. 23... 24. This is so true of every phone tree. I agree.
We've received this is for service for another language. Press. If you are called for grave concern for other sources of anxiety, press 3. To confirm you are still on the line, press.
I did 3 this time.
Thank you. Please listen closely. If you are calling in a professional capacity, if you are calling out of, if you aren't sure.
Oh, okay. So this all leads to the same part. I see. All right, let's go to number 3.
If you are calling because you have nightmares, if you are calling with questions
Let's
about
do
proceed with the
2.
call,
Actually,
press
yeah, let's do 2.
3.
It's fine.
If the thought of mass destruction gives you an unspeakable comfort, stay on the line.
Okay, let's try 3 after that. To proceed with the call seems interesting.
Hello, this is we've received the dam, the controlled
The dam.
demolition, and the impending. This is a for service for another language. Press.
The last time we
If you
will
are
choose
calling
another
with mild
language to see what
concerns
happens.
about a grave concern for other sources of anxiety, press. To confirm you are still on the line, press. Thank you. Please listen close. If you are calling in a if you aren't sure why you are calling, press 3. If you are calling because you have to proceed with the call, press 3. If the thought of mass destruction gives you
Oh,
an
at least it's the
unspeakable
same. Oh,
stay
okay.
on the line.
All right, let's just see what happens if you choose a different language. But I think we got the best part, which is the casual voice.
Hello, this is we've received the control and this is a for service for another language. Press 2. We're sorry. All other languages are undergoing emergency maintenance. Please try again in the next lunar cycle.
Thank you. I already took a photo of this. Can I, like, I don't know. Is there anything? Can't record audio. All right. The shrine path. Okay, that's where we started going up.
I recognize you.
Right.
Yeah?
You're the famous doctor.
I'm going to go to the bathroom really fast, and then we will continue from here, and we can get closer to the shrine and stuff. All right, I'll be right back. Leave you with some music. Whoops, that's not the right place. And not that. That's our goodbye song. All right, I'll leave you with some music, and then we'll be right back. So you need to stand up, stretch, etc. Now is the perfect time to do so. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. Welcome in, Karg. How are you? All right. Now here's a question I have. I want to test something real fast. Is it Spotify that's the problem? Or is it all desktop audio? Hold on. So like... Will this play fine? So like for whatever reason, it seems like after a certain point, there's like this clicking sound, like a little popping kind of and I'm curious though, because I just realized if I pause the music, if I pause the music, it doesn't do those clicks. So I'm like, is it Spotify? Is that the problem? Or I'm trying to find some audio to play. But now my YouTube isn't loading. So I can't test it out. Let's see. I posted a clip on my Twitter yesterday. Let's see if it... Hold on. My computer doesn't like it when I'm streaming and trying to do something else at the same time. Nope, it's not loading that. Great. You know what? It's fine. I'll figure it out another day. I'm sure it's fine. All right, we closed that out. All right, let's just move back to the game, everybody. Hello, welcome back. Friends, we're continuing our game. So let's do it. All right, so I think we found everything here just now. Let me check the map real fast. Dig site. Okay, that's where it wants us to go. So we need to go to the... We go forward and we need to cross a bridge. What do you think it is? A multitasking tool? I know. That's why one of these... I'm really hopeful that we'll get a... that I can maybe try to buy a new computer this year. And by that I mean a new iMac. Let it be clear. Weep. Also, if we hear the siren again, I want to try to see if I can stop it and record it.
Stay where you can hear me, okay?
Thank God they have electricity down here.
Did you hear from your friend in the Watery Republic? Which one is it?
The Topaz. We could get a ride with them on the coast.
Great. And we're really just gonna leave the car behind.
It's a junker anyway.
Beautiful.
I told you 786 would be our year. I sang you that whole song about it.
They sound so free and happy, just roaming around the world.
They're gonna be about like I think the cheapest one you can get is around like $11.99 or something, but likely I will try to buy one with a little bit nicer processor or something, so I'll get one with like some upgrades probably. So maybe closer to anywhere from 1,500 to, you know, closer to 2,000, but we'll sort of see. Now, oh, I wanted to take a picture of this.
This flower has a shimmering quality.
So comparable. Yeah, I think, yeah, it's probably about right. I think my current PC was around 2K, yeah. I end up pushing the wrong button to break, so she does this like stuttery thing. All right. Oops.
The faded optimism of a sweet treat makes me feel sad. Golden season must have been full of such little pleasures.
What if there's some left? So we're headed closer to the dig site. Serene Pond, the dam, cemetery, fruit farm, shrine entrance, parking lot. I need looking to get a new Chromebook for work. The one I have now is 5 years old and is starting to annoy me. Uh-oh. Perhaps it is time. Ah, so this is the fruit farm. Let's go to the left. Dig site. No trespassing.
Looks like there's no one around anymore to enforce this.
Oops. Oops. Huh, yeah, it sounds like it's about time to get that replaced. So there's oil leaking from that. Do you know someone, do you or someone you know suffers from daytime visions? Please contact us. 1122! Looks like we have a new number to call.
I wish Pate could call this hotline to talk about his heavy dream.
1122. Let me, just in case.
There are a lot of these signs. They must really want...
Oops.
Lonely power generator crooning. A plan is in progress. No technology has improved on Bird. It can fly, sing, and surveil your neighbors.
commit trespassing. What is the dig
I found a
site
dig
for?
site that is fenced off from view. What were they doing here?
Okay. Some kind of tape. A couple documents.
A gray hand said he left his materials behind. It should be somewhere around here.
Said it was on a box with a fruit sticker on it.
I heard this tune before, on my journey here.
Now, you recorded some sounds?
Ah, this isn't the style of music I expected them to play. This sounds like it comes from somewhere far away. It makes me want to keep traveling.
Such a cozy game. It is Opons. I mean, there is video too. It's a combo of both. Oh, okay. This wasn't the first one, right? I think that was a repeat, but hold on. So many sounds for this one.
What we do to the land eventually makes its way into our blood and our brains. This can define a season. Alright, let's see. Okay, this is one of the papers. The apartments are now open. The renovation and cleaning of the apartment complex is finished. If you haven't yet made a dwelling request, now is the time. Greyhand Dental Workshop. Come learn basic dental health care to help your neighbors. No experience required. Work concludes in Tang Valley. Day 0 approaches. Please submit ideas for our new name. Following the vote taken at the last meeting, we need names. Don't be shy. No bad ideas. Names, names, names. The work at the dig site has something to do with Day 0.
Maybe it's coming from over here. The, like, creaking sound. Oh. What did I say? That local guy who died studying Harpic. I put his notebook back where we took it, in the huge tree near the lady's farm. We copied everything out of it anyway. I hope that stops the kid from trying to sneak in to retrieve it. Could someone fix that hole in the fence? Who died studying Harpic. Huge tree near the lady's farm. Okay, so we need to find that, please.
There's a big tree with a researcher's notebook inside it somewhere.
Ah. Okay. That's not... Okay. Hidden notebook, you say? That's all you had to say. Yeah, so as I've gone to the different areas, they have been filling it in with color, which is nice. Site safety, you're entering a quiet zone. Danger, psychoactive mineral present. Handle with care. Do not speak or sing or whistle near the mineral. This is very, control.
This is the kind of brain trouble my mom warned me about.
I think that was just... Maybe if I get closer. Okay, lots of barrels. Estimated 10 years old. It accumulates the most on objects in the soil with strong sentimental value. Childhood toys, wedding rings, photographs, journals, because of ambient memory.
Memories and emotions condensed into a mineral.
That's interesting. Ah. Harpic.
I wonder what this channel is for.
63.2.
They must have already shipped out all the Harpic they need.
So is Harpic the mineral?
What do they need all this Harpic for?
Oh, there's the stuff. Ah!
I wonder what's on this reel. What is Day Zero? Maybe I can find out more about it.
Saba. Oh, that's that fruit. Anything? No. Day Zero, 50 kilometers, 309 kilograms in amount. Big prayer. What is it? Amount of what? Secret.
they dug up all that Harpic in order to conduct some sort of prayer on day 0.
Switch on audio recorder.
I've recreated the same setup as the prayer statues right here in my workshop. I set up a singing bowl so I can verify the pattern that will form in the water. And some Harpic, of course. Each god seems to correspond to a resonating frequency. And when this vibration acts on the Harpic, we get the psychoactive response. Going to give it a try here.
I remember watching my dad make shadow puppets on the wall. Felt strange because I could see how it was done. I could see the trick of it, but it still felt kind of magical.
It worked. I do feel the more I do this, the more tired, and it feels like it takes me longer to return to the present. But now I have some control. I face the question of how this mineral affects the soil. I still have a lot of work to do. That's all for today.
A mineral that can affect the mind.
Oh, neat.
The Grey Hands present one side to the public, and another is hidden behind metal fences. There is no one to oppose them. There is only my record of what they did here.
Wait. That's close enough. Anything? No. Ooh.
It's a bit upsetting to see graves treated like this. The memories of the owner now turned into a beautiful mineral.
I can't take that with me? I can't. Oh, okay. It's a really neat concept, I think. Is there... okay. curious.
The necessity of day zero is not just psychological, it's ecological. Because there is a compounding effect to these minerals and their psychological effect. And we see this in Tiang Valley. There is a memory and a memory of a memory and a memory of a memory of a memory. This echo effect, this recursive nature is the problem. As this cycles through the ecosystem, it creates points of pressure where things bleed, and soil and human minds are contaminated. Some will say, what's a few daytime visions? But it is an increasing risk, an increasing danger. Left alone, the haunted quality of this season will only get worse. The necessity of day zero is also to... This particular action will neutralize this phenomenon at its source. This is not an endless cycle. We are putting an end to this psychoactive material, and we are opening up space for something new.
How do they plan to remove the haunted quality of this season?
Yeah, that is a little confusing.
The necessity of day zero is not just psychological.
Oh, I need to go take a picture of that chart. Lol, 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 lol. My bad. Imagine me not taking a picture of something. Right? Or... Can I has? Okay. I wonder if I could find... So I need to... Maybe if I go back to the main place, I can... pop this into the... Unless... Hold on. What is that? It doesn't tell me. It's a video reel, right? Do I need to run all the way back? Or is it just an audio reel? I don't think there was any way I could swap out the tape here. Yeah, so, okay. We'll run back. I also need to call that number. So it also makes sense, like the poster about having visions in the daytime. Because it's... So, like, what's over there, then? Because it's... The mineral in the soil is making people... see things. Like visions or whatever. Whoops. Me pushing the wrong buttons.
Whatever's making that sound, I'm glad they sealed this shut.
That's kind of terrifying. Oh! Monkey!
I'm sure these critters will escape the valley before the flood.
Do not enter. Memory flowers have taken over this field.
The info sign earlier said they are dangerous in large numbers. I have a pendant, though.
Let's hope that's enough. Ooh.
In Cairo, we have a statue to remember Dr. Fumio.
This game seems very peaceful, except for that noise. Kind of spooky. Yeah, it does. It isn't. So far, it has been a very chill, calm, relaxing game. That has a lot of memory flowers.
This statue is meant to be worshipped.
So this goes here. Who is the god in the field of flowers?
This field was absolutely full of memories. I'm glad I had my pendant. Otherwise, it would have been overwhelming.
This is such a beautiful game. Paper slips. I'd like to read my favorite book again without knowing what happens. I know it's tedious, but if you could remove my memories of it, I give an offering of supreme loneliness. My memories of the war, I don't need them anymore. I don't. They're yours. What I saw by the light of the moon, that pattern in the water, I want to forget it. Huh. Okay, and this is if I want to... Oh, select from my journal. Let's take that one, the war one. Can
These
I take...
slips are prayers to this god for forgetting things.
Ooh, I can take another one. Inspect.
People prayed here. Who did they pray to?
There'd be flowers all over, yeah. I'd love to be able to read my favorite books again for the first time. Or play a great game again. True, yeah. Oops. Always try to scale with left and right. Oh. I wonder if that's what we're imagining, but maybe it's just like a bucket swinging or something. Can I do anything else here? No.
There's something beautiful about the way the minerals catch the light.
So there's that. Where was this? So I guess I need a better picture of this. Some kind of stone. Oh, I need to take a... Oh, no, wait. I can put one of the slips here. Maybe I can put this one here. And a picture of the bowl. The drawing of the face... Or, I'm sorry. The drawing reminds me of Face All Red by E.M. Carroll. I don't think... I don't think I know who that is. M. Carroll? Wait, what did that say? Oh, God of Forgetting. Like, take a picture closer to it. That's there. It's Face All Red, I mean, it's like a short story comic. Interesting. Something else I can do here? Maybe I can... Maybe there's something I can interact with. May she rest, the year of the den.
The year of the den? Was that how they recorded years in the olden days?
Consider the western path. See if we can find a round stone. There's my bike. I love it, but it's very creepy and unsettling. Interesting. Might have to check that out. Another flower in the water under the statue. Or some mineral. I think it's the mineral. If it's the one that's sitting up front, it's a mineral. Let's see. The rocks here look like the one in the book, unless it's this one for some reason. No? So there's something with the bowl. Maybe I need to... Needs to be here. A circle stone. I think it's interesting that, like, when you're in the water, it doesn't, you can't hear any of the, like, flowers or whatever. So, I wonder if the... Wonder if the minerals are what make the memory flowers? If that's how it affects the soil? Because they're both purple. Is it outside here, maybe? Maybe it wasn't in this area. Because they both have to do with memories. This is close to the West Forest path. Hope it lets me go back. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Like, because they said we don't know what these minerals do to the soil. So maybe that's sort of it. Can I bite through this? Feels disrespectful in some way. But how am I supposed to find this one stone? Oops. I can't see. I can't see. The brush! The brush! Alright. I feel like we're better when I get off of my mic. It's not this, is it? No. They really want me to put stuff here. But I'm trying to figure out what's on this page. It looks short. Looks like it's missing like a circle. Oh wait. No, that's where that's supposed to go. So never mind. What goes here? And it looks like something... We interact with that bowl. In some way. Let's trace the perimeter. So we saw this. Anything? What do these gravestones look like? Because it almost looks like a rock, or like some kind of stone that has been cut in a certain way versus like... Let me double check, maybe... It's not hiding around here, is it? Hello. Let me take a picture of that. from here. From here, I don't see anything. Where are they hiding this? Look at the map real fast. They show a block on the far side. Oh, they showed that. Is it... Still shows us in the West Forest Path, but where it's like... I guess this is still technically the West Forest Path, but it's like only those items that... Or is it that block? I think maybe it's that block. That looks huge, though. Anything? It has to be the one they're thinking of. Because it looks like it's kind of just west of the statue on the map. Yeah, we can't get... Maybe just anything with a circle? No? What if I complete this part? Maybe we'll complete this section. Maybe something will come to us.
This is a season when memories echo on and on and on and on. Will the echoes fade away, or will they be cut off abruptly?
It'd be really cool to keep a notebook like this. Now, where is this stone? It's not like... What if... I don't know. I can't tell if it's just, like, much bigger than it looks like in the drawing. So there's nothing... Oh, maybe I should... Is there any kind of, like... I don't know. Oops. No. Maybe it's because I'm not... I wonder if... Maybe I came here too soon. Or something. Oh, why can't I crouch? Here. Can't look at those anymore. Is there like... Let's look at the map. We will come back. Let's see if we can learn something elsewhere. And then... Are these graves? Oh. Oh! Cicadas.
Sometimes recording, I feel like a vulture, feasting on a melancholic corpse. Never mind, forget this. Me keeping an eye on every round stone in this place. Let me get a better shot of him. I don't know if I could pick those up and feed him or something. Cool. The fabric negotiates with wind and gravity. The end result is flight. When I cobble together my own religion, this will be a god.
The fruit farm. Oops. So we're leaving that little area. Before we go to the farm, let's go this way. Ancient tree. Oh, these are the journal notes. Harpic is like a musical instrument. You play a note and it can create a reverberation. The frequency of sound impacts the frequency of our brain waves. My opinion is we should learn from his mistakes.
The Greyhands have a lot of this stuff now. For better or for worse.
Oh, I really wanted to push that. A picture of a tree. Of a picture of a tree.
The tree looks diseased in this painting.
to Matura.
The bird stole a small trinket. I left the bird its prize, but maybe I can learn more about the locket. Home to a thieving bird.
Matura. Get that from here? No. A stone, but is it the stone?
The tree looks healthy. The ritual must have worked.
May the buried memories and emotions of the valley heal this tree.
This valley is so different than my village, but both places have an enormous tree watching over them. This tree will pass in the flood. What will be the end of the tree in Cairo?
Oh, these are so cool. There you go. Now I want to keep a journal like this.
A piece of car, severed, dangling. As a warning to others?
If only you knew. Nothing with the bowl. We might be able to, or the bowl, the bucket. We might learn something about the pendant later. I was sort of hoping that stone we missed would be here, because it's sort of in the same area as when we were at before. Does not look like it. Oh wow. Is that the shrine? I don't want to go to the fruit farm yet. I want to find that stone we're missing. I'm gonna walk. Where are you hiding? Maybe now that I'm coming from this way, maybe I'll see something I missed. Let's go back in. Oh, the guy just staying still. Good question. And there is a breeze, but it does look like the breeze isn't super strong. But okay, let's drop that there. Let me double check here. Whoops. I like that it shows you, by the way, if you've received... Okay, right. We haven't gotten there quite yet. It looks like a round stone. I'm looking for this thing. A round stone. It looks like it's on something and maybe has some railing behind it. Maybe it's not here. But it seems like... Because it does just say in Tiang Valley. Ceremonial bowl where people prayed at. But everything else has been here, so it's like, why would it not be here, you know? I love that you can hear. It's like, it's also like not... It's not like on it, right? And I'm just missing it. Let's get a better look at this thing. No round stones on it, right? I don't know if it's like something I should like zoom in and take a picture of, or no. Let's go just in case. Oops. No. Anything? What are they hiding from me? They are really it's probably gonna be something like really obvious. And I'm skipping it, or it's just not in this area, but again, everything else is. It'd be weird if it wasn't. I can't look up. Nothing. I feel like these, some of these, like, gravestones are very Squid-esque. Or, like, have, like, those look like, tentacles. Almost. You know? And then the rest of them kind of have, like, squid tops. Is that a coincidence? I do not see it. All right. Here's what we do, I think. We're going to stop here. We're going to continue this tomorrow. We have not completed any of this map, just about. We'll continue this tomorrow. I might try to message the devs that I feel like it's overkill. But I'm, like, determined to find this one. And just be like, am I in the right place? I want to know. I feel like I don't want to skip this because I feel like we're missing something. But we'll continue this tomorrow and we'll end here. But thank you, friends, for coming in and hanging out with me today. Me still looking as I try to give an outro. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it. I'm loving this game. I think this is super cool and fascinating. And I hope you guys are enjoying this. Hold on. I'm going to take... Hold on. Where's this page? I need to take a screenshot of this. The game is so pretty. I am loving it. But friends, thank you so much for being here. Let's move over here just for a split second. I'm going to try something while we're here. I'm going to quit Spotify. Gonna restart Spotify. I'm gonna wonder if it's still gonna do the same audio thing here in a second. Once it loads. If it loads. But thank you, friends, for being here and hanging out with me today. I appreciate. Totally didn't notice the Twitch change. Oh, it did. It did. All right, let's see. Let's see if it'll... See, it does that little sound. The music is really nice too. It is. All of it has so far has been amazing. I really love it. And I don't know, we've already put a lot of time into it, but I'm like a little bit of a completionist, as well as I like slow things and taking my time with them. I know it might not be the most exciting, but it's how I do the things. But so yeah, I'm the type of person to just let's go for the ride. I want to stop and take pictures of everything. I finished the assignment that I was working on last night. Yay! Hey, that's awesome. That's exciting. All right, we're gonna go. We'll raid Mr. Sputnik. He just started his stream. He's playing Elden Ring, so very different vibe. But I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be fun to just pop over there for a bit. But friends, thank you guys so much for being here and hanging out with me today. Just a quick thank you. Hylius, thank you for the raid earlier. And Robin Luna, thank you for the resub. I appreciate it, my friend. But friends, thanks for hanging out with us today. Again, thank you for the devs for giving me a code because I am loving this game and I want to know more. Got another topping Sodon too. Thanks for keeping me company. Of course. Hold on. I'm going to go here real fast. I wanted to get a screenshot of that so I can send it and be like, question, where is this? What am I looking for? But anyway, friends, thanks so much for being here today. I appreciate it. We'll be back tomorrow with more of Season. We'll see. It's taken me longer to beat this game than I thought, but I'm fine with that, honestly. If it takes us all week to play this, I'm totally good with it. But let's go ahead. We're going to start the raid. We'll head over to Mr. Sputnik. He just started his stream. Like, he's still talking and saying hello. So we'll hang out with him over there. But friends, thanks so much for being here and hanging out with me today. I hope you're all having a good week. We'll continue this. We'll chat more tomorrow. We'll play more tomorrow. Excited. But friends, that is all I have for you. Got to do some work now. Might try to see if I can play a round of Apex at some point tonight. But yeah, it should just be a pretty normal day. But I hope you guys all have a great day. And I will talk to you next time. Bye-bye! Wait, wrong one. Bye-bye! And here you go. That's how it's supposed to go. All right, bye.